All right, good evening. I will call this meeting to order at 4:33. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez stated he would be about 10 minutes late this evening. Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Voigt?
Here. And do we have any public comments for closed session?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, and Mr. Pinkton, can we get a readout for the items for discussion?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, one potential case. Item B2 is public employee performance evaluation. The title is the interim city manager. Item B3 is conference with labor negotiators. The agency designated representatives are council members Mike Laura and Julio Martinez or their designee. And the unrepresented potential employee is city manager. Item B4 is public employee appointment employment, and the title of that position is city manager. And item B5 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under subsections 2 and/or 3, and that involves one potential case. And this involves potential litigation with the developer of the Monte Vista project, and I understand that the mayor is going to recuse herself on this item due to living within 1,000 feet of the proposed project.
That is correct. All right, and we will adjourn to closed session at 4:35. All right, good evening, and welcome to this regular session of Beaumont City Council meeting. I will call this meeting to order at 6:16. Nicole, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Councilmember Fenn?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Here.
Mayor Voigt?
Here. And can I get a report out from closed session, please?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation involving one potential case. There was no reportable action. Item B2 was public employee performance evaluation. The title of the position, the interim city manager. There was no reportable action. Item B3, conference with labor negotiators. The agency designated representative council members Mike Lara and Julio Martinez or their designee, the unrepresented potential employee city manager, no reportable action. Item B4 was public employee appointment, employment, the title city manager, no reportable action. And item B5 was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, and that's pursuant to subsection 2 and/or 3. It was one potential case. There was no reportable action. That concludes the report out.
All right, thank you. And do we have any requests for excused absences?
Yes, City Clerk Morgan stated she'd be absent this evening.
All right, excellent. And I forgot to please let the record reflect that Councilmember Martinez did join us at 4:38 PM today in closed session. All right, can we please get our invocation by Paulo Bashara?
Thank you. Let us pray. Dear Father, we thank you for who you are. We thank you for the gift of life, the gift of family. We thank you for our beautiful city. Even as we are aware of what is going on around the world, we pray your blessing of wisdom and discernment for the leaders of our country and the leaders of other countries also. We pray your blessing upon our new mayor, Jessica Voigt, and her team. May your presence be the guiding principle of everything. And may this meeting be fruitful with understanding, dialogue, and above all, your presence. In Jesus' name, amen.
Salute by Councilmember Fenn.
So if you can all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Thank you both. All right, and do we have any additional adjustments to the agenda? I know I have one. I would like to move item J5 up to J1.
And
are
that
there
is
any
the only
others?
adjustment we recommend. Yes.
Okay, excellent. All right, then we will move on to E1. Our Beaumont Rotary is here today to present a fundraising donation. So come on up.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and council members and guests and dignitaries. So my name is Douglas Emery. I'm the president of Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club. With me is some very important and club members. So Della Condon, member of the Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club, Bruce Murrell, my friend Martin Bright, and a local business owner, Sammy Brumendez, owner of which business?
La Michoacan ice cream.
Exactly. So on good ice cream afterwards, please stop by Sammy's place. So maybe some other members back here as well. So thank you for this opportunity. As you know, Beaumont Cherry Valley Rotary Club has been in the community for 67 years, serving the community. And we're pleased and honored to do that. One of Rotary International's philosophies and motto, and Rotary International is 105 years old, is service above self. And our club really believes in giving service back to the community. Recently, feeding over 150 seniors at the Thanksgiving event at the Chatney Center. helping out with Winter Wish, also helping out with different fundraisers, like we have the big casino event coming up this Friday. Our focus is raising funds for scholarships for the students of Beaumont Unified School District. So the Rotary Club really believes in giving back to the community. One of the events we want to talk about today is our first responders recognition event. And I'm going to ask Della to come up and talk about how this inspired her to inspire us to give back to the Beaumont Police Department.
Thank you, Doug. Really, I want to give my kudos to Doug, who's our president. We know that one can come up with ideas, but you need a strong leader to help you carry through those ideas. And when the Rotary Club jumped into this so willingly and with such enthusiasm, I was so pleased and impressed. And I thought about a community is only as good as the people in it and as good as they are to each other. And it made me think about other people in our community that were outstanding. And I began gathering stories from fellow Rotarians and others in the community of things that people said or did for them that changed their lives. The stories were amazing, that how many great people make this community what it is. And one of those people, and I won't share the story, but I shared it with the police, your chief today, was one of your police officers that literally saved a young man's future and saved his life and turned him into a real hero. So I'm so pleased here to be representing Rotary with my Rotarian president. We're very, very pleased that we had your support for our event that helped us raise this money for something that's so important. I saw the dogs that the sheriff department had, and I said, we should have just as good a canine program as they do. So hopefully this will help.
So with Della's great idea and initiative, besides, even though we're focusing on a casino event, for fundraiser for scholarships, Bruce stepped up and decided to put this event to recognize the first responders. So Bruce, can you come up and talk about the event and how it went and the results?
Well, it went quite well, actually. I know Nicole and Carrie are waiting for me to say something that they're going to think is inappropriate. I'm not going to. I'm going to stay positive. I have an alarm in my pocket for my wife. Anyway, I became involved with canines a year before 9/11 happened. And my neighbor was training dogs, and he convinced me that I should be a bite subject, and we moved on from there. At 9/11, the scars are from all of that. But at 9/11, I was never home for a year and a half. I was somewhere on a cruise ship, Disneyland, movie studios, the red carpet in Hollywood. Can you see me in a tuxedo with the dog on my side? Yeah, that was me. So I became very involved with dogs. Immediately, my son in the highway patrol, he became a canine officer out of sheer luck because Blythe needed a dog. That's kind of a joke. So he helped train your first canine officer before he was a canine officer because he was so involved. And it has just continued on to this day. So I immediately jumped up and said, Beaumont's ready for a new dog. We need to help get a new dog. So with the help of Della and a very large check and a check from our community coming to our fundraiser dinner, some of you were there, we have a check to present for you tonight with a plaque that reads, in appreciation on March 2nd, 2026, we recognize the safety of the community. The Beaumont Rotary Club Foundation present Beaumont Police Department's Canine Program and award of $3,650. So this will look really good in the dog's kennel. See, Carrie, I told you I was going to be good. Who gets the check?
Well, let's give them the first big.
Well, let's give them the big check.
Yay.
So,
Yeah, come up to the front.
Don't be afraid.
Yeah, come on up.
Stand back here for pictures. That's previous past experience. So. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have the toy When you're ready to take a picture.
Gotcha, okay. Gotcha, you're here for the dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As soon as he's ready.
And if some of you don't know, I will take some heat on this. Some days dogs are very good, and some days dogs are not, and you just have to deal with that.
Okay, so if you can see me, I can see you, yep. And then just a little bit, Councilmember Laura. And I think I can see everyone else. All right, count of 3. 1, 2, and let me back up just a little bit so I've got the canine a little better. Okay, 1, 2, and okay. Thank you. Mind if I take a quick picture of the check?
Yes.
I know, we're awkwardly in it.
All right, great. Thank you, Shop.
Well, on behalf of the Beaumont City Council, we really appreciate all that you guys do for our community. So thank you so much. Thank you for your support of our K-9 program. It's absolutely a vital component of the safety that we provide to our community. So thank you for your service as well, and thank you for continuing your commitment to us also. Thank you. All right, that will move us on to our public comment period for items not on the agenda. Any one person may address City Council on any matter not on the agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the city clerk. There is a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There'll be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the City Council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, so that will move us on to our consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled for discussion? We'll wait for Councilmember Finn to make sure. No? Okay. All right, if none, then I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve consent items G1 through G10.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. And that'll take us to our youth council. Do we have any youth council report? All right, moving right along, we will head to our public hearings. Item I1, which is a public hearing, the first reading of an ordinance amending ordinance number 1178 to establish construction cost index adjustment to the Western Riverside County Transport Uniform Mitigation Fee, also known as TUMP program. Staff report by Mr. Vestal.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On November 12th, 2025, the Western Riverside Council of Government Executive Committee approved a construction cost index adjustment to the Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee, also known as TUMP. This adjustment will update the TUMP fee schedule and is scheduled to take effect on July 1st, 2026. The ordinance and the resolution reflect that. Also of important note is that this ordinance amends how future adjustments are made. WRCOG Executive Committee approved a new ordinance language authorizing automatic annual CCI adjustments. This doesn't change the fee based on the Nexus study. It's just an inflationary measure to be allocated annually. There were some additional changes, but they were minor in nature to definitions and such. All that is in your packet. The fees are also in your packet, but I'm happy to discuss anyone in particular if the council wishes. We also have a representative from WRCOG, Cameron Brown, Program Manager, excuse me, to answer any questions. This concludes my presentation. Staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vestal. I will open up our public hearing at 6:31. And Nicole, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, then I will close the public hearing at 6:31 and open it up for council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White?
I have one question. Mr. Lara, did you approve this?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good enough for me.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll go ahead and move to approve the recommended action.
I'll second.
All right, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, that moves us on to our second public hearing. Item I2, public hearing to introduce and conduct the first reading of an ordinance amending Title 16 subdivisions of the Beaumont Municipal Code. And we will have a staff report by Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Stephen Jones, Community Development Director, presenting item I2. During this item, the council will present a background, planning commission recommendation, and next steps. Tonight's recommendation, if it's being seen, it is there for me, is for you to introduce and approve the ordinance. On January 14th, the planning commission adopted a resolution recommending approval. And over the past 43 years, development trends have evolved in response to changes in the building industry, market forces, and technology. The proposed ordinance introduces contemporary definitions and procedural updates, such as designating the planning commission as the authority for certain tentative map approvals, and the city council as certain tentative map and all final map approvals. No new development standards are being proposed, and the procedural changes streamline the subdivision process. Changes align with what is already permitted under state law, and there is no request to expand the city's discretionary authority. That looks better to me. All right, and then the council would see tentative maps where proposed design requires variances or public street vacations. So during this presentation, you received an overview of the processing of the proposed ordinance, your commission's recommendation, and a summary of draft proposed ordinance provisions. Tentative date of March 17th would see a second reading of the ordinance for council to consent to the adoption. And this concludes staff's presentation. We're available for questions.
All right, thank you for your comments on that. And I will open the public hearing at 6:33. And Nicole, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, seeing none, then I will close it at 6:34 and open it up to council discussion. Councilmember Lara?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few quick questions. Under 16.04.030, the committee definition, is building and safety and planning under the community development umbrella?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Those are my two favorites, almost. I mean, there's.
We appreciate that.
The other is, it looks like Finance Department is a part of the Development Review Committee?
It is. And so what we propose is that when there are potential CFDs or other types of annexation that are required, they could have a earlier look to make sure developers are prepared.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is, I thought the minimum width on an alleyway for fire was 24 feet. And what I'm looking at is section 16.08.280 under alley.
Yes,
We have a minimum of 20, but.
Right. So what we've looked at is that there will be no fire department access from alleys, but if there ever needed to be, we could consider, there's mechanisms to consider greater widths, but this would not be a primary or secondary access for fire or emergency access.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Any further discussion? All right, I'll entertain a motion. I appreciate the work that's gone into this, so thank you guys for that.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. I too appreciate the streamlining that we're doing here. To waive the first reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, amending Title 16 of the Beaumont Municipal Code entitled Subdivisions, including amendments to Chapter 16.04, Section 16.04.020, to clarify that the Planning Commission has the authority to approve tentative maps and the City Council has the authority to approve final maps. Amendments to Section 16.04030 to update the name and representatives that make up Beaumont Development Review Committee. Amendments to Chapter 16.08 to update and certain definitions and add certain definitions. Amendments to Chapter 16.24 tentative maps processing, and amendments to chapters 16.16, 16.32, 16.36, 16.40, 16.60, 16.61, 64, 66, and 68. I
To
picked
round
the
us
wrong one to approve here, but, and make no substantive housekeeping changes.
And Mayor, we did close the public hearing?
We did,
Yeah.
at 6:34.
Second.
All right, can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, that will bring us to item I3, which I will be recusing myself from as I live less than 1,000 feet from the project. So I will hand over this portion of the meeting to Mayor Pro Tem White while I step out.
Okay, so item I3 is a public hearing to consider the approval of a tentative track map. And we have a staff report by Jillian Fountain. And I'll go ahead and I'll open the public hearing after your report.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and, well, Mayor, good evening, Council. And my name is Jillian Fountain, Planning Staff. We are bringing back tentative track map 38926 tonight, a request to subdivide approximately 12.58 acres into 49 single-family residential lots and 4 lettered lots, including a retention basin within the residential single-family zone. The Planning Commission recommended approval on a 5-0 vote in October 2025. The City Council considered the project on January 20th, 2026, and continued the item to allow further evaluation of concerns related primarily to the proposed private drive, identified as Lot D. At the January hearing, Council identified several key concerns, including meeting the general plan's vision for local streets, and staff has analyzed each and will present responsive recommendations this evening for consideration. The project meets municipal code requirements by providing 2 enclosed garage spaces per home along with driveways. No parking would be permitted on the private drive as it would function as a fire lane, and the proposed private drive meets the fire department access standards. Staff is recommending conditions responsive to Council's January concerns to ensure the drive remains serviceable with long-term maintenance, clear and accessible for emergency vehicles, daily circulation, and public and personal vehicular access at all times. Recommended conditions would require inspections and maintenance by the HOA, ongoing upkeep to keep public right-of-way standards, dedication of an easement for public access to ensure reliable circulation and emergency access consistent with the general plan. Because Lot D would remain private, enforcement would occur through the HOA via recorded CC&Rs. Staff recommends conditions requiring an active towing contract at all times, clear signage identifying parking restrictions and penalties. The site is within a mapped flood zone and includes a retention basin. Compliance with FEMA and city drainage requirements will be verified prior to the final map approval and building permits. The site is approximately 0.3 miles from a moderate fire hazard severity zone. Development must comply with all applicable fire department standards. If approved as a private drive, long-term maintenance and liability would be assigned to the HOA. Staff is recommending additional oversight measures, including fiscal review requirements to ensure long-term funding and compliance so the city does not assume future responsibility. The applicant has indicated that redesign is not necessary under the California Housing Accountability Act, and has further indicated that some of the recommended conditions are unnecessary since the state already requires regular HOA fiscal audits, and requiring additional auditing could add financial responsibility to homeowners, potentially making the price of homes less affordable. Government Code Section 65589.5 limits the city's ability to deny housing projects in situations where objective standards are not met and where specific adverse impacts on public health or safety can be demonstrated. A housing project is defined as a residential unit, both affordable, covenant restricted, and market rate. The project has been deemed complete, meets objective development standards, and has received clearance from Public Works and the Fire Department. For those reasons, staff believe approval with strengthened conditions is an appropriate course of action. Before you are edited conditions of approval from the applicant, and staff has no objective to these changes. At this time, staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing, consider the feasibility of the recommended added conditions of approval, adopt the findings, approve tentative trap map number 38926, subject to the conditions, and direct staff to file a notice of exemption or remand the project back to the Beaumont Planning Commission for redesign to incorporate local streets consistent with the general plan. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Thank you. I will open the public hearing at 6:42. Do we have any comments, public comments?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, then I will go ahead and close the hearing at 6:43. And I will open up to council discussion, but I have one question first. Basically, as far as I can tell, the only changes to what was presented to us originally are the CC&R conditions that are being added here?
Yes, so we added in front of you the conditions 122 through 141 are all new added conditions.
Okay, but that was all that was added. There's
Yes.
no other changes
Yes.
made to that, other than
That
the
is correct.
CC&R conditions. Okay. I'll open this up to Councilmember Fenton.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. So I haven't had a chance to go fully through the conditions of approval that were added, but I did have some questions. With an elected board for the HOA, would they have the governing jurisdiction to make any changes to the conditions of approval, or is that set and they have no authority to make changes after that?
That is correct. They would not be able to make conditions after they're set.
Okay. And in on the agenda, in the agenda packet on page 1495, near the top, it says I lost my spot, sorry. Here we go. And it says the second paragraph down, accordingly, a recommended condition of approval would require the CC&Rs to include provisions mandating the HOA always maintain an active contract with a towing company and install appropriate signage identifying the private road and applicable parking restrictions and penalties. Is that now listed in this?
Yes.
Okay. And then next question then on page 1499 is the letter from the applicant from Monte Vista Homes. And in it, they mention to add a clause that's, and if I can find that. And they use, so midway down the page under the bullet point, Code Enforcement Police Department, it says for the last sentence, for extreme clarity, we can also add a clause in our CC&Rs providing full police authority over this area. Is that also included?
That portion is not included in these. If you would like to move forward, we can add that after.
Okay, so that would be my request. And then just, and again, I appreciate the confirmation on the future HOA board couldn't make any changes, because I'd be afraid of a poor or poor management effort from an HOA and maybe perhaps one of those board members living on those 6 lots, not liking the restrictions, and that get overturned somehow. So I appreciate the ability for them to not make any changes after that. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
You're welcome. Mr. Laura.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can I ask the developer, I think it was brought up about potentially making 3-car garages and maybe 3-car driveways to add additional parking. Was that not considered at this point?
Not at this point.
Okay. That's disappointing. And I still have concerns, and I don't think I want our police department having responsibility to enforce the no parking here. I think if it's going to be the HOA, then I want it to be clear that it's the HOA's responsibility and the city has no responsibility to enforce that. The concerns that I have with parking is I've walked multiple subdivisions here, and just because of the way that housing market is right now, you have multiple family members living in the same home. You've got, I'll just use my neighbor as an example. There's probably 4 cars in the driveway and 3 cars out in the front. If you have, and I know this has to be all no parking, it's identified as a red curb. The concern that I have is that people won't park around the block because I'm sure those places will already be taken by the cars that are parking for the houses that will front that street. So I think it's going to be a nightmare to maintain, to prevent cars from parking in the red. So I just wanted to be clear, I'm not happy with that, but again, I understand that was approved, and so I just want to make sure that it's clear that the city has no responsibility to enforce that parking on that street. It'll be the HOA's responsibility. I do appreciate the fact that they will have a tow truck on contract, but I still think it's based on my experience and my history as a building official for the County of Riverside. I still have concerns with the safety of this street or private drive. Thank you.
Not seeing any other comments. Someone like to make a motion?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Sure.
So I just need clarity then, because it seems there's 2 options on the board now for the PD involvement, Mr. Finn's and Mr. Lara's. So as written right now, it puts all authority to the HOA. So if we approve option 1 as is with these conditions of approval, then the HOA would have authority on that. Just for a quick question on, I guess, legality and stuff. So even though the fire department approved this, the private driveway, it is true that if the HOA is assuming responsibility for all enforcement, then any lack of enforcement would fall within their HOA board's jurisdiction or liability rather than the city. Is that correct?
That is correct. Even without these conditions, the fact that there is an HOA and that is a private lot, the HOA is responsible. What we're doing here is we're confirming that the HOA will have a towing company contracted so that when somebody does violate, they will be calling the towing company as opposed to the city police department.
So in the event that they don't, and the event that Mr. Finn brought up, if the HOA is lacking in their, due diligence, that would be homeowners' complaints to their HOA board for the lack of compliance. And therefore, if they phoned the city and complained that someone's parking in the red, the city would have no enforcement of that. Correct?
That's correct, sir. And if for some reason their board, their HOA board, is not being compliant, then we would take it upon ourselves to contact the Department of Real Estate and take it upon with the state.
Okay,
To
and
get them to
in
be
the
in
event that there's cars blocking and there's an emergency in which a emergency vehicle can't get through, which caused a further problem, then that's something that the HOA board then would have to
That is
to
correct.
deal with.
Yes.
Okay, then I think I'm more in favor with Mr. Lara's motion.
Yeah, and given the extra information and the questions that you pose, I appreciate that I would agree with the 2 of you as well.
So I could make a motion if there's no further? Or you have
Please
further
do.
comment? All right, so I for option one, to approve the tentative map 38926 TM 2024-0002, subject to the conditions of approval, and direct staff to prepare a secret notice of exemption for the applicant to file with the County of Riverside Assessor County Clerk Recorder.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, well, that will take us to item J5 on our action items that we have moved up with which is an increased donation request for the 2026 IOA Championship. Staff is seeking city council direction, excuse me, regarding a request to increase the city's donation to the 2026 IOA Championship from the budgeted amount of $10,000 to $40,000. And there's a staff report by Mr. Romo.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. So last year, the council did approve $10,000, and so that was budgeted for. The IOA Championship representatives are now asking for an additional $30,000 increase, so we would need your approval in order to be able to reallocate that. So the applicant is virtually here. If you have any questions, they have identified to us what the 2025 $10,000 donation gave us and what the 2026 proposed donation will give us. So you have a matrix in your staff report identifying the differences between the two. So in summary, what the applicant is stating is that the new sponsorship level requested would give Beaumont more regional visibility. On-course signage and digital branding, freeway billboard exposure along the I-10, website homepage logo placement as well, formal Epson Tour press release recognition, speaking opportunity and event entitlement at a major tournament function, and increased pro-am participation opportunities. So again, your package there identifies the differences. It's now up to you to look at this as an increase again from $10,000 to $40,000, and also identify where this money is coming from. We do see that there are unprogrammed funds of $66,446. Those funds can be used to cover the $30,000. Requested amount can also be obtained from administrative salary savings from staff vacancies. The only thing to keep in mind, though, from staff's perspective, is any precedence that this could set for others asking for similar donations. But we feel that the IOA is a very reputable organization. And again, you're looking at some benefits that are identified, including instead of 3 Pro-Am teams in the official Pro-Am, you'll be given 5 Pro-Am teams in the tournament. So that includes my presentation. And again, Mr. Tim Kramer is here if you have questions.
All right, great, thank you. Do we have any public comment for this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, great. I will open this up to council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem White?
So let me give a little background. It's not as if the Symetra Tour and IOA just came out of the blue and is asking for more money. We had some discussions. We've had discussions over the years. Every year, there's right now their primary sponsor besides IOA for this event is Morongo. They provide the golf course, and I don't know what their financial contribution is, but this is something that has been, I think it's been going on for about 10 years now, and it's, I think it's the only primary destination type event that we have. And each year when I'm discussing this with my coworkers in Redlands and I talk about it and say, hey, why don't you come out for this? They have no idea what I'm talking about. Each year we get some amazing golfers and we get, what would you say, about 40 teams? 2 days Pro-Am, Wednesday and Thursday. But we're just not getting so there's 2 Pro-Ams, one on Wednesday, one on Thursday. The tournament starts on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And I've gone out almost every year, and on Sunday they have the trophy giveaway. There's a check, I think it's in the tens of thousands for the winner. And the audience, there's not a whole lot of public people there, and I think they're really missing out on a great event. So last year, and I've discussed this with Mr. Kramer a number of years, and last year we started talking about a way to address some of those concerns that I have as far as getting more people out. Mr. Laura and I talked about this, I think it was back in the summer.
Yeah.
And we started kicking around some ideas of what this could become at some point. But we did not have the time frame. The budget had already been determined for this year. We didn't really have the time frame to bring it to council and try and put everything together. Some of the ideas that Mike and I talked about were granting 1 or 2 of the Pro-Am teams to some high school golfers and have a tournament that is the winners of the tournament gets to play with one of the pros. And then we would do a lot more in the future. So in my opinion, this 40,000 is, when I went back to Mike and we decided, well, we're not ready to make the big ask, which would be that we would take on a role similar financially as to what Morongo does, and we'd be co-sponsors with Morongo. I have heard from both the manager at the golf course and also through others that Morongo would love to make this a bigger event as well. And I think that this 40,000 would give us the ability to start bringing a little more awareness to this event. And I think our budget workshop is when? It's April 28th, which is the weekend of, it's right after the weekend of the tournament. And, my hope is after we see what happens this year, that we have the time before we start talking about the budget workshop to reach out to Mr. Kramer, to reach out to Morongo, and to maybe put together something bigger and something more permanent. So that is where this comes from. And Mr. Kramer is here to explain some of the details of the proposal. And so again, I just wanted to give that background and why I'm trying to push this and why I'm supporting this at this point. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Kramer, are you on the line? Do you want to kind of give us a little bit of your thoughts around this?
Yeah, and Lloyd, I appreciate the summation there. That was a good summation of our conversations. And as Councilman White noted, we've been in Beaumont now. I think this is going to be our 12th year for the tournament. The LPGA Epsom Tour is the qualifying tour to the LPGA, and we'll bring in 132 players from across the globe. So I think anytime we play in a local market in the United States with an Epsom Tour event, it shines a light on that community, not just locally, but also globally, with our players being represented from across the globe. So. The opportunity really, hopefully, is that next step in developing a deeper relationship with the city of Beaumont, creating more opportunities for us as a tournament to really promote the event in the region. We have an event in Palm Springs that's our season-ending event, the Tour Championship. So I think Southern California, especially that area, is really important to women's professional golf. And, I think this is a good step forward in making the relationship even bigger. So.
Great, thank you. We appreciate your comments. And Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So we had talked a while back about setting up the city's priorities and what, signature events would be and what major events would be, and then how our budget would incorporate the sponsoring of those events within those parameters. And, our budgets were designed around the current ones that we have. And where, I understand the value of the tournament, and I definitely want to do more to have a bigger presence. I think Mayor Pro Tem White makes a good point that when we get our budgeting workshop to come up, that we start thinking about, is this the time to start making it one of those events where we want to put more participation and budget into? So I'm fully for that, and I would be supportive of doing that. However, you know me, what I don't like is budget adjustments in the middle of a cycle when we have still numbers that aren't consistent yet. And I'm talking about the Cherry Festival. The Cherry Festival, to me, seems to be my major focus to make sure that event goes without a problem. And my gut tells me that there's going to be some overages coming up based on unforeseen things that we find. And what I wouldn't want to do is put ourselves in a situation where we start another 30,000 here, another 20,000 here for different types of events, and then come back and have staff saying, hey, I'm going to need another blank amount to make this work. This, to me, is a great event and it's worthy, but I don't see it as a necessity from our budget point of view when I have ongoing things now that could need this unallocated money. The 10,000 was what we agreed on. I believe, again, we should have a bigger presence going forward for the future events. I just don't think that coming up to start tapping money that are in different places that we can use is prudent. And I don't think it's our diligence to do that when there's no emergency involved and there's nothing that's in dire need of the funds. It's more of we want to do it than we have to do it. So just purely taking it from a fiscal point of view, that's my point of view. I have nothing against the tournament, and again, I'm for looking into what we can do to get a bigger presence with that coming up. I just want to make sure that's incorporated into a budget, because what I foresee is this budget talk saying, okay, if we're going to do something like what they're asking for this year, next year, then where else are we going to, where's that money going to be adjusted from? Because that's a bigger conversation. There's only so much we have, and the needs and requests are going up and up. Mr. Romo mentioned some sort of a precedence as well. We do need to be careful with that, and I really am opposed to trying to do things mid-year when we already have a budget, unless it's something that has to be done similar to where the fireworks happened and we didn't have a person to, we had to go and scramble. Those things pop up, so we have to go look for money to make it work. This, to me, is more of not a necessity, but a desire, and I just can't support it only, again, from that fiscal point of view. That's purely that. And I want everyone to be fully aware that it's not that I'm not supportive, it's just from a fiscal point of view. I don't, one, want to start a precedence, but two, 30,000 may not seem like a lot to some, but when you're looking at what that could do to a cherry festival, when we didn't approve the powder or whatever it is to put down on the dirt for the dust, that might be something that pops up again that we could use that 30,000 for, to make that event go, since we put all our eggs in that basket. So I just want to be aware of that purely from a physical point of view. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. So having been a real estate broker here in town for 2 decades or more, I've often come across potential residents in the golfing world wanting to come to Beaumont because of the golf courses that we have out here and so forth. And I think this just it's hard to put your finger on it and the benefit that it would bring, but our council's talked about making Beaumont a destination. We need more events. I think this is a high caliber one. And I think then if we can help spread the news and so forth, that we would get more residents and more local people involved, and we can continue to build on it. I don't think that the budget adjustment is too big. I would certainly like to, consider that in the future and with our budget and what might it look like going forward. But I think this is a high caliber event on something I think that we should support, and I like the idea, and I'm willing to put the extra money towards it. Thank you.
Councilmember Martina, or excuse me, Councilmember Finn, thank you, and Councilmember Lara. I know.
That's twice, but who's counting?
Oh, man.
Thank you, Mayor.
Who's counting?
No, I agree. We had discussed this back in the summer. Unfortunately, this was before Cherry Festival. I do think I would like to see Beaumont take a larger role. I don't know if this is the time to do that, but I would like to have some clarification. Say, what would the cost be, and Tim, I guess this could be yours, if we wanted to add just an additional 5 or additional 2 more teams to our Pro-Am? Would there be a cost associated with that we could look at increasing so that we could begin getting the high school teams involved?
Yeah, Mike, our Pro-Am teams are $3,500 per team, so it'd be, an extra $7,000.
Okay. I like this tournament. I like what it does for Beaumont. However, I would like to make sure that we have the funds to do this. The Cherry Festival is a big concern of mine as well. We don't know where we're going to land on that. I know that we have some good estimates. I know staff has done an excellent job in putting numbers together. But right now, that's the priority that I have for funding, is making sure that we can get the Cherry Festival. We didn't anticipate having the Cherry Festival. I think we made a good decision in moving that to the 30 acres. But I'd like to see what we end up with there, and if there's any additional monies that are needed for the Cherry Festival, I want to make sure that those are available. So at this point, I'd be happy to look at this for next year's budgetary our workshop, but at this point, I do have concerns in regards to funding the Cherry Festival as a priority. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Roma, I have a question for you. We have some funds that are programmed for some economic development. And I know that they have focused, we previously talked about using this in other aspects, but is that an option for a budgeted opportunity as an economic driver?
You bring up an excellent point, Mayor. That is an option because this is looked at as an economic driver. So yes, the funds could come from that.
Yeah, because I know that we had talked about some 500,000, I think that was set aside for community events and things along those lines. So I don't know if that changes the appetite, for this, but as discussed and echoed by numerous other council members on the dais, that this is an important event and something that we do need to expand upon. We do have an opportunity for, a regional event with the courses that we have here, and I really think that, that might be an opportunity. I don't want to run that fund dry by any means, but it is there. And my recommendation would actually be to use that funds versus, or the funds that are there versus unprogrammed funds. My recommendation would be to move forward with the 40,000 donation, but to absorb the 30,000 increase from the I don't think it's community development, economic development budget.
Yes.
I don't know what the rest of the council thinks.
Kirk, would you mind addressing what portion of the economic development funds and how much this will put, and also your advice on whether or not this could be an economic development driver?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I don't have the account numbers with me. I wasn't prepared for this conversation, but I would say if the choice is to not do it or to use 30,000 of economic development funds to make this happen, I think the investment is worth it for all the reasons that have been articulated here. It brings presence, it brings exposure. I have friends that come from out of the area to play golf here too, and the more times they can come to Beaumont, as we have restaurants and things that start to open, they're going to have lunch and dinner here. So I think it's a prudent investment.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mayor, because I would definitely support that, knowing that we didn't tap into unprogrammed funds and that it is and I believe in all that. All that was true. Having our name on logo and having our presence is definitely a positive thing for the city. I agree on all that. My concern was, again, from fiscal unprogrammed, I have an issue trying to find it and make it work. But if we're thinking of moving that, then I'm now in full support of that. So I won't have a problem with that.
It looks like it's, well, I guess we need a motion then. So I will make a motion to approve increasing the city's donation to $40,000 for the 2026 IOA Championship and authorize the staff to use the economic development funding to fund this increase.
I'll second that.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Voigt?
Yes. All right, that will take us to item J1 that's listed in our agenda as the action item here for billboards and community survey final results.
Thank you, Tim.
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Kramer. We'll see you on the course.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I feel like I was just here about a month ago presenting some initial results we had for our community survey on billboards and potential billboard replacement models. And we had left the survey open for approximately 2 more weeks. We actually only received an additional 3 responses. So what was shared, right, didn't actually change substantially. And so I do have a prepared slide deck for you tonight, but with that caveat of only 3 responses, I would leave it up to council and whether or not you want to receive that presentation or if you just want to receive and file the staff report.
Anybody have a preference?
Well, I have a question. What is your request for tonight? Direction, receive and file?
Just receive and file.
Yeah, I looked at the numbers and they are not much, they're within
Right.
2 or 3% as what you presented last time, so I don't need to see that. I did, for the first time, read all of the comments, and they're informational, I guess, entertaining as well. But, yeah, I'm good with the presentation that we had before.
Anybody else have any strong feelings around that? Are we good with receive and file? Do we have any other questions? Let me see if there's public comment first on this. Do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, any other, oh, go
I
ahead,
thought
Councilmember
it was
Lara.
interesting that you've got 42% that are very supportive. But when you read through the comments, that percentage is nowhere near identical.
Yeah, so it's an opinion survey, and what you're going to get are outliers, right? You're going to get people that are completely for it, and it's an opt-in, right? And you're going to get people
Sure.
that are against it.
But one thing that did come across was using that as those types of billboards for public announcements.
Yes. Yeah,
Traffic,
police
whatever,
announcements,
Amber
yeah,
alerts,
was
things like
noted.
that. So I thought that was a good thing. Thank you.
I would like to make one last comment. Mr. Lara reminded me of what I was thinking as I read through those as well. And I think if anyone is listening, we didn't do this summary or this poll because we already have in mind what we're going to do. We did this poll just in general, because some people, I think, expected it to be a little bit more detailed, asking for, well, do you already have plans to put billboard signs up and things like that? So it was just a top level, just to get a feel from the community of where they stand.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and I want to thank you guys for doing this. I think this is one of the first times we've ever really elicited something like this for like a pulse check. And I think it was exciting to see the responses that we did get. And I think that it continues to drive some of, helps us, I think, to make some decisions or at least understand where people do sit. Sometimes you feel like you're sitting up here in an echo chamber essentially, or at times you're looking for other thoughts, and we can only reach out as far as we can. So this hopefully gives us more diversified look. So I thank you for all of the work that went into that, and I appreciate that. I do like to see those polls and opinions up. So thank you, and we will receive and file.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we will move on to J2, which is presentation of City of Beaumont owned properties. leasehold inventory, status review, and opportunities for revenue generation and stewardship. And we have a staff report and presentation by Mr. Jones.
Yes, we do, Your Honor. Thank you again. And good evening, Council. Stephen Jones, Community Development Department Director. During this item, you'll be presenting a receive and file item for potential opportunities on current city leases and potential city revenue. This item follows the billboard discussion that you just had, but also an earlier discussion in which we looked at ways to consider updates to the billboard policy. And staff did not know how many leases we had, so it was a little bit embarrassing. So, since that event, staff has coordinated internally to compile a list of updated existing leases and city property at the direction of the Office of the Interim City Manager. We've also prepared an inventory of city-owned properties with certain characteristics that may indicate underutilization or potential opportunities for improved marketability or future use. There are currently 7 leases on city-owned properties that we could find, no, that we know of, and we're very sure, to include wireless communication facilities and billboards. The lease properties lie within the Fairway Canyon area, city center area, downtown, and the Chatney Center location, identified by the red dots. Current physical and administrative constraints influence both the value of each lease and the city's ability to negotiate favorable terms when leases expire. That's at least one opportunity for increased revenue, and these factors shape how much leverage the city has when considering renegotiation, repurposing, or other changes in response to evolving conditions. The methodology for identifying candidate properties in the report helps you focus on where opportunities may be most viable, but the list is not exhaustive. The inventory excluded parcels that primarily function as buffers, open space, or landscaped areas, and there are about 300 city-owned properties that have different characteristics, as well as properties located within residential neighborhoods that are landlocked or directly adjoining or adjacent to sensitive receptor land uses, even though those could also be used based on City Council's goals. So during this presentation of a receive and file item, we talked about current leases. There are 7. An inventory of selected properties, the methodology with which we looked at presenting to you, and then received an overview of potentially viable properties to generate revenue. This is, again, a receive and file item unless council direction is warranted. And prior to concluding, I will say that the interim city manager may wish to expound on the topics presented here. And if not, this concludes my presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have any public comments for this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, then I will open up to council discussion. First off, I want to say thank you for you guys diving into this. I know that it's probably oh my goodness, what do we have at times? So I really appreciate it. I think having an inventory and understanding where we have opportunities for improvement are important to our continued strategy on revenue generation and things along those lines. So I appreciate the work. I'm sure that there are leases that need to be reviewed, which I think you guys, may be going back to do that, unless as directed by council, or if you could expand a little bit, maybe even on some of those leases. I would assume that some that are month to month may be able to be expanded upon.
That is correct, Mayor. And just to note, I know we joke about staff didn't find this. There was one in particular, and that one was named differently, so we did not see it as a billboard. But the rest of them, staff has a good grasp on it, and they have been keeping track of all these. I know there's some cell site leases that are coming up for renew, and usually what happens is they'll bring it up to us at least a year ahead of time, knowing that it's going to take some time to negotiate. But the purpose of tonight and our community development director putting this together with the rest of the directors is to show that there are revenue potential sites out there. And it could be even a site that's identified as a landscape buffer. You know, there are times when we have public facilities, even lighting standards out there, that sometimes cell towers will come in as microcells that want to be on that light standard, and that's an opportunity to be presented to you for your consideration. But besides cell towers, we have billboard opportunities. We also have oftentimes people wanting to come in and do temporary storage. And again, not to say that you'd want that, but if a fun opportunity came up and something was there on a site that was not visible and it was paved and so forth. But again, what we wanted to do today is to identify, we're now keeping track of this and we're actively pursuing these sites for economic development purposes.
All right, great. Thank you for that addition. Anybody have any other council members have anything to add? Councilmember Lara?
So I agree. I appreciate the fact that you put the work in and did this for us. I would like to look at developing a comprehensive city leasehold and property management strategy moving forward. One of the questions I have, I know that we have some cell towers. Back when I was a building official, we had a lot of requests to co-locate. And some of the leases that I looked at kind of prohibited the jurisdiction from handling any of the co-locating other outside of permitting. So in other words, say, for example, it's Verizon. Verizon would allow Motorola or AT&T to co-locate on an existing cell tower, but they would get the funds instead of the jurisdiction. So is there a way that we can monitor those, and if it is written into a lease, maybe when it comes up, change that lease so that we can get the finances for that?
Yeah, typically when you see that, Councilmember, is when it's on private land,
Right.
and the city, let's say, has given an entitlement for that cell tower, yes, the co-location at that point is up to them. But when
Okay.
it's on city property, you as the property owner have a right to say, no, you are subleasing. Let's go ahead and relook at the terms of your agreement.
Okay.
Even though they have the right to bring that in, but at that point, you'd also have the right to increase the rent, perhaps.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying that.
All right, great. Thank you. Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. So looking at the list, just to make sure I'm looking at it right, the number 33 government, that's the 51 acres for the police. Is that what that is for Risco Circle?
Risco Circle, that's the 51 acres? Yes.
Oh, that's behind the wastewater.
Right.
Okay, so that one's behind the wastewater. The rest are parks. We have two buildings on here, Biz Hub and Beaumont Cleaners. And we're saying we have no other properties owned in the city? If it's not on this list, is that the way I'm reading it?
The properties that we're not identifying are landscape buffers, remnant pieces and so
Okay.
forth. Even though those could have some potential, but we wanted to focus on the larger pieces.
Okay, so this is all that has a value, economic type of value per se?
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay, and then, okay, so you didn't put the police station
It
area?
is, it's on the last,
Is
it's
it on?
54.
Is it 54?
Yeah, the very last
Oh,
one,
there it
number
is.
50.
Okay.
acres?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's on there.
Perfect. Okay, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Councilmember Fenn?
Quick question, Gus. So you mentioned that some of the smaller ones were not listed because of not economic value to it. Is one of those the lot that's on Oakview Drive up near the maintenance yard for the golf course across the street from Brookside Elementary? Does the city own that lot? Robert, do you know what I'm talking about by chance?
Is that the long stretch?
It's just an empty lot that front faces Oakview Drive, and it's a collection for ground cover and stuff like that I've seen. And I was told by a previous city manager that belonged to the city of Beaumont, but I didn't know for sure.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that parcel.
We can make sure to
Okay,
take a
Doug's
look
giving
at
me a
it.
thumbs
Doug
up in
is
the
giving
back.
you a-
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
So yeah, there were over 290, I want to say almost 300 or over magnitude, and so we just really selected a few that we could say, here's something.
This would be some value
Yeah,
to it.
exactly.
Okay.
So,
All right, thank
A
you.
lot more than I thought, and I thought, do I have to go through all of these? And Gus gave me a reprieve and said, no, let's focus on a certain size and a certain type, so.
Okay, gotcha, thanks.
Yeah, it looks like you almost did like well, I see one on here that stayed for 0.01 acres, but seemed like a quarter acre or above is kind of what I noticed.
But keep in mind, we have an inventory of all of them, but we wanted to show you some of the primary ones.
Bradley even created a GIS layer. If you'd like to see it, we can share the GIS layer, and it shows you every little tiny morsel of property the city owns, every parcel.
Well, thank you for that work. We really appreciate it, and we will receive and file. All right, that takes us to item J3, and this is direction for the future development of the city-owned 30-acre site for the police station and other public facilities. And we will have a staff report by Mr. Escher.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item requests City Council's direction on potential future land uses for the city-owned 30-acre site located southwest corner of Beaumont Avenue and Cougar Lane, which is consistent with Strategic Plan Goal 2.2 and the CIP Project PS07 related to the new police station. Attachment A of the staff report shows the site map. The police station is expected to occupy about 10 acres of the property, leaving about 20 acres available for additional future public uses. At this time, staff is seeking council guidance on potential concepts for the remaining acreage so staff can move forward with a comprehensive plan study for the entire site. Several potential uses have been identified for council consideration. These include additional public safety facilities such as an emergency operations center, community facilities such as an amphitheater or additional recreation center, cultural amenities such as a botanical garden or a pond for community gathering spaces to enhance quality of life, a potential future city hall, or an event ground such as the Cherry Festival, Oktoberfest, or any type of winter activities. To support this effort, the city has created CIP Project F2601, which allocates $500,000 for a development study of the full 30-acre site. Once council provides general direction on preferred concepts, staff will prepare and issue a request for proposals for a consultant to develop conceptual designs and planning documents for the property. Following that RFP process, staff will return to council with the proposed contract and later present the results of that study for council to review and for consideration. Staff's recommendation is that City Council provide direction on the future uses for this acreage and allow staff to proceed with the RFP process. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have those.
All right, great, thank you. Do we have any public comments for this item?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, then I will open it up to council discussion. Councilmember Martinez.
Just a quick question before we even start with some of that. From the PD point of view, is there anything that should not be close to a police station that close? Now, there's opinion and there's PD, so I'll take either, Chief. I'm just wondering, before we start going wild with our imaginations, is there something that you said, you probably don't want to do that?
Honestly, nothing comes to mind right now.
Oh, good.
We're open to be next to whatever the city determines is best, but right now, nothing I don't think will interrupt our services we provide. So.
And even if there's something that has a high traffic area, the PD's still planning to be going out towards the front, right? So it doesn't really matter what's going on back there on the side?
Well, we will have driveways that access Beaumont Avenue, but the plan is also have a secondary route that will go to Elm as we intend to add Elm Avenue all the way up to Cougar Way.
Okay.
So that'll give a alternative route for officers to enter and exit through.
Okay, very well. Thank you for clarifying.
Before you leave, Chief, just from my understanding, the police department piece would be the piece that's adjacent to Beaumont Avenue, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Of the three pieces that shape an L, it would be the bottom right.
Got it.
On the map.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think we have a serious need in the city for an amphitheater. The largest gathering place that we have that I'm aware of is Morongo's facility. And when we have things like our State of the City and so forth, we're limited to only about 250 participants. And so I think that there's a big need for that. There's also potential revenue generating use of that on the weekends. It is brought to my attention more than on many occasions that our religious organizations here in the area need places to congregate. And if we offered a fair and reasonable, lease agreement, and that facilities could be rented out when they're not, when the city's not using them, Sundays, for example, maybe special religious events, that sort of thing. But I think it's a way for the community to come together, We can have big events like the State of the City. You know, I like the idea of working with the school district and they can have events there. So I don't know if it would, you know, so with all that, it would probably, you know, push towards the need of an indoor facility versus an outdoor amphitheater. But I think a large civic community center is certainly needed, where you can sit down, enjoy a presentation, a movie, a play, you know, different things like that, that I think it can help bring the community together. And as I stated earlier, more of a destination and entertainment. And I hear often that there's not enough to do in Beaumont, and if we can make that happen, I think it would help families. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem White?
I think that's a great idea. I do know that one thing we've talked about over the last number of years is we need another community center. If you look at what UKIPA has done with their Performing Arts Center, we could have a Performing Arts Center here, and the backside of the Performing Arts Center in UKIPA opens up into a stage. So you do have the outside, so you can do both an outdoor amphitheater, you could have concerts there, you could do Beaumont Nights there, you know, because you would have that on one end of the two parcels. But I'd love to see what a performing arts center like UKIPA has would be, how much land it would take, and obviously what would the cost be. But we need another, you know, place for a community center.
Yeah.
And I think, I don't know if the Performing Arts Center has the ability to hold basketball games and stuff like that in there, but just an all-purpose community center that opens up into an outdoor event. We are eventually one day going to have an amphitheater at Stewart Park. It's not going to be the size that I think you're talking about, but that was my first thought when I saw this, was we need another Chatney Center type building.
Thank you. And Councilmember Lara?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I agree. I was thinking another Chatney Center type of a facility. I think that's a part of our overall parks master plan, is it not? So we do need that. On the amphitheater, I just wasn't sure, because I know that we're going to have one in Stewart Park, and I don't want to duplicate facilities if we don't need to, but obviously size is going to be a main factor in that. I do want to make sure that we do prioritize the road that the chief had mentioned. Definitely need a secondary access out of there. I think with that road, it would clear up the traffic that the school creates. When they built the school there, that was one of the promises that was made, was that they would have a secondary access. So I do think we need to look at that and get pricing on that. New council chambers would be nice, but that, because we're now using the proposed council chambers as the animal control. The concern that I have, though, is that's contrary to the downtown revitalization plan. So I don't know what, but if we're doing wild and crazy ideas, as Councilmember Martinez said, well, council chambers is definitely one of those.
I don't remember saying that.
You don't have them confused with somebody else, do you?
No.
That's for me, that's what I do.
Council chambers, interim. The other thing that I thought, and maybe we could do this on an interim basis, was to take advantage of the leveling that we're going to do with Cherry Festival and put some type of a hardy grass down to be able to use that for future Cherry Festival events until such time as we do have a plan. I think getting grass down obviously is a maintenance thing, but it would, I think it would be cheaper. At least I'd like to find out if it's cheaper than paving it or if it's cheaper than concrete, and it still keeps the dust down. So there's just a thought. And they park on UCLA games, right? They park on a golf course. So, and not anymore, but they used to. So those are some of my suggestions.
And I too would say that I echo those sentiments. Councilmember Martinez, you didn't get to add in your suggestions yet after those,
yet.
did
You
you?
want me to do
Yeah,
that?
let's go. Yeah, and
All
I'll
right.
go after
I
you.
just want to, what is the footprint acreage for the Cherry Festival right now, more or less? Is it 10, 12?
It's the entire 30 acres. 9.85 will be the parking area.
Right.
And then the other 19.64 is the actual festival, including the vendors, of course, the carnival, all that setup.
Yeah, so I also have always said that we need another type of Chatney Center. We see that, and Doug can attest, I'm sure everyone wants to book it. You know, you've got so many community that want to be there between the, you know, basketball and everyone. So I think we are due for another one. Now, if this is the place or we have another plan, that's something to talk about, whether you can make it open up to amphitheater or something, you know, I'm all open to any of that. My concern though is, shouldn't this be in tandem with whatever the Cherry Festival is going to look like? Because, you know, I know there's a lot of conversation still with where that's going and so forth, but to me, one does go with the other, because I don't see where else in the city that would work, unless someone knows of 20 acres somewhere else that I don't. What would happen to that? So to me, if we're going to make all this stuff here, then where is that going to go? And I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot, because we just made a commitment that this is a possible potential of future. And I don't want to get ahead of those conversations, obviously, because we're not there yet. But to me, they go in tandem. You really can't start planning one without a discussion of the other. So wherever we go and whatever we do, I would suggest to the council that we remember to keep that in mind, so that we can see whether we can split it or whether we can do a downsize, you know, whatever. I don't know. Like I said, we're ahead of those conversations. But to me, to envision wild and crazy ideas over 19 acres without incorporating that idea, to me, doesn't make sense, because we just started down that road. And I don't know if we're not going to continue that. That's fine if the council has these other ideas, but I just don't know what that would be. So anyway, just food for thought.
Sure.
But for my 2 cents, I think another type of Chatting Center, community center would be good. But it can be incorporated into all of everyone's suggestions with amphitheater. And I do like their Ukaipa's, it's beautiful and really good. And I know it's well planned. It has a lot of potential and versatility. It brings people to the area. And it's a little further than but it's still part of a whole Beaumont concept. So I'd love to start getting more cultural in that, artsy. I think it'd be really nice for our quality of living.
Yeah.
For improving. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think I echo the sentiments that have been discussed up here. We know that we have a lot of events around here, but cultural events, I think, are something that we need to continue to expand upon. And if we can create some sort of cultural events center that includes meeting spaces for religious groups, that is multi-purpose. I think sometimes they're like multi-purpose rooms that you have in high schools where it can be a meeting space, that you can hold a conference there we are literally in the middle of the county. So you could imagine that you could hold big conferences here, even that would drive more people. You would get people from all sides. And I think that looking at some type of large event space where we could hold a state of the city, where we could hold basketball games, where you could have a theater performance, and add into that cultural side of things while incorporating some type of amphitheater space that also looks at that farther piece. You know, if you situated it on one side and had event space for something like the Cherry Festival as well, whether that scaled down or was just an open space in the background. One thing, I don't know if you guys have been to, but Cathedral City did a really nice amphitheater, and it's all grass, but it's wide grass, and they put their tables out there. So it's a really, really nice venue, even in a smaller space like that, to be able to hold something like a State of the City or have concerts. They have huge events. They do the hot air balloon festival out there, which is really neat, in a small area as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunity, but I think what we're hearing is event space, community space, multicultural focused, as well as just community, driving in that community and really needing that space. I heard that echoed from some coffees with the mayor this past week as well, that it's overcrowded at the Chatney Center and that we really need to think about more space. So that was definitely echoed. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I didn't see the redesign of this year's Cherry Festival, of where they're setting everything. Are they putting a stage at one end of and so we could do that with, using something like what Ukaipa has that opens up and have that be the stage portion of it, and then the rest of it could be And then to Mr. Laura's point, with the grass, maybe we look at artificial turf depending on what happens, on how well that works with the soccer fields, that we keep maintenance down, and
Something
it'd
sustainable.
be a lot more level than just regular grass, so.
Have enough direction?
Can I give one last?
Yeah, oh yes, I'm so
Wild
sorry.
and crazy idea.
How about a pond?
We already suggested that.
I do like the pond idea.
Yeah, the pond would be a nice idea. Early last year, the county had talked about possibly shutting down one of the fire stations up in Cherry Valley and maybe being interested in partnering with us to build a new one on. So maybe if that's still the case, we look into possibly partnering with the county to build a new fire station next to the police station. Just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Go.
there's something to be said for a public safety campus
Yeah.
sometimes, and I'll throw out another city that I went to. I think it's Lake Elsinore that has a police station, a fire station, and an event center right behind it, and it's absolutely phenomenal as well. So it's kind of a neat little thing. If we
When
could
you
get
do-
that 5 acres and make it a full square, that would be lovely, but.
And when I think about a facility like
Sorry.
that, then you can get grant dollars for emergency operations centers as well, which is
Yeah.
those large spaces that can double as that. There's grant dollars available and you'll make the chief happy.
Yeah, I think actually we had heard that from, for the lobbyists in Washington DC, that there's emergency operations center money that's available. So I think even if we created an open event space, it could potentially second, or be an option for that as well. Okay, thank you. Thank you for bringing that forward. All right, and that will move us to our last item, which is approval of the third amendment to the agreement with DePuja and Wells Consulting. Did I miss one?
One more, short-term rentals.
So sorry. J4, follow-up discussion on short-term rentals. We are going to bring forth this item to discuss proposed updates. No, that's not true on there. So we'll discuss short-term rentals.
Thank you, Mayor. So this item being brought forward is to discuss the potential policy direction regarding short-term rentals within the city of Beaumont as we approach the fiscal year 26-27 budget cycle. Short-term rentals are usually defined as residential properties renting for fewer than 30 consecutive days, typically facilitated through online programs such as Airbnb. In 2023, City Council previously discussed the topic of short-term rental regulation. At that time, no formal ordinance was adopted to regulate or prohibit short-term rentals within the city. At the state level, regulation of short-term rentals largely remains a local responsibility, allowing cities to determine policies that best reflect their community priorities. However, SB 346, which became effective January 1st, 2026, now allows local jurisdictions to require rental platforms to provide reporting data to ensure proper TOT collection. On February 4th, 2025, the City Council directed staff to return with data regarding short-term rental activity in Beaumont. Staff later provided additional analysis using data gathered through Granicus. Based on that information, staff identified approximately 56 listings representing 52 unique rentals within the city of Beaumont. Nightly rental rates range from about $100 to $300, with an estimated 50% occupancy rate and a median nightly rate of about $115 per night. Based on these assumptions, estimated gross revenue could reach approximately $1.09 million. At the city's 10% TOT tax rate, potential annual revenue could be approximately $109,000, although more conservative estimates closer to around $75,000 annually. Currently, the city does not regulate short-term rentals, so if the council wishes to regulate or collect TOT from these uses, a local ordinance would need to be adopted. Staff is requesting direction on 3 potential policy options. The first option would be to prohibit short-term rentals and direct staff to return with an ordinance that implements that prohibition. The second option would be to allow and regulate short-term rentals, which would include developing an ordinance to establish registration requirements and implementing software to assist with the compliance of TOT tax collection. And then the third option would be no action, meaning the council would receive and file this report. That concludes my presentation, and staff is here for any questions.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item, Nicole?
I have no written requests. Simone, do we have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
All right, then I will open it up for council discussion. All right, I will lead it off. The discussion around short-term rentals is always, one that's interesting to me. One I'm concerned about is the staff time that it takes to monitor this, along with the cost of the software, especially for a number so low as 52. I do think that once the listings would grow and it would become more lucrative at that point to where it offset a little bit more, I could see the necessity of moving forward with this as a revenue. I mean, we're always looking for revenues, and this is one way to continue to generate revenue for the city. And so I think as we continue to go on, as I read the staff report and thought about the process, my thoughts were that we keep an eye on it and we try to identify what that, I don't want to call it a break-even point, because I think that we're probably at the break-even point right now, but where does it actually become worth the staff time and the amount of software and monitoring that we have to do in order to collect this? And also, what does that do to the potential revenue that people do gain from this currently? While I recognize we don't currently collect it, it is a concern with regards to that. So my suggestion would be that this gets monitored maybe every 6 months. We do it at the mid-year and we do it at the budget, and we look at it to help make informed decisions around that. And, if it continues to grow, I feel like this is essentially the same as it was when we talked about it 2 years ago. I don't remember it changing too much from what it was before. So that's just my thoughts around this. And Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I certainly wouldn't want to prohibit it. It fills a need. Our one big hotel, I heard, gets filled up just from weddings in Oak Glen. And so there's certainly a need for that. I also agree that it probably doesn't make sense to try to regulate it, but there's not very much. But if I can just amend what the mayor had mentioned, that maybe we only have to look at it once a year or maybe every 2 years, because again, I don't think the numbers have changed, quite that much. And, with the software costs and the staff time and all that, I don't think it'd be worth it to impose that. If we were looking at a much higher revenue, then it would certainly make sense. But at the same time too, it kind of triggers the thought of what can we do economic wise to encourage more hotels and so forth, that if we start growing continue to grow as a city, get more services, more of a destination, that's certainly going to be needed. Hopefully the industry out there sees that and they come on their own. But if we can help engage that at the same time. I don't want to turn more housing into short-term rentals, but we certainly need more hotel space. So thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Lara?
Yeah, when I was working with the county, when they first started their short-term rental program, used a consultant to oversee the registration, collection of payment. That eliminates the staff time. I think if we, the two vendors that they used, the one that they're currently using is GovOX. The one that they used prior to that was Deckard, D-E-K-A-R-D. I don't know if we could maybe reach out to them and see what kind of programs they have, and maybe there's a way that we can get revenue without having to invest the staff time and collect the data that we need, collect the TOT, until we see that maybe such time it is financially feasible for us to take over. There's just a thought.
Thank you for that. The experience is always valuable. Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. The 56 count, since it really is difficult to track, I'm assuming that's just a pretty big estimate there, really. We don't know exactly how much is out there. So, I mean, it could be more. It's just kind of, you would think with Coachella and stuff going on that we would have a higher count. So I was just a little concerned of whether that's an accurate number, more or less. But even if it were higher, even if it was 100 units and stuff, I still agree. I don't think the cost effectiveness is there unless we look into consultants to see perhaps if we can at least get to, if we're at break even or slightly above, then it may not be a bad idea, because as more come in, it'll start increasing, just an idea, as long as we're not going the other way. What I would suggest is you put it on our lobbyist radar in case there is something coming down the pipe again, because I'm sure, once one thing doesn't pass, someone renames it and rebrands it and it comes back again, because sometimes when we have an ordinance, it's grandfathered, and it's better than trying to get something after they decide to do something. So I would just suggest to have them put on their radars, like, hey, if you hear about anything coming up, let us know, so we might go in the direction of getting something on the books at least. So that's my suggestion for that.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
I disagree with all of you. I'll make my case. So first of all, if you followed what the county did, it was a nightmare to get it done. And how many years? And you had hundreds of people showing up to argue against it. All of the Airbnbs that were already in place did not want to be in a position where now all of a sudden they have to start paying, and they're being regulated as to the number of people you can have. Right now, we may or may not have an issue with Airbnbs, but I know that cities like Palm Springs and areas like that have problems with it because too many cars are coming in. We're all worried about parking. You have 3 or 4 families in an Airbnb, and they bring in 8 to 10 cars, and we have no authority for the police department to go out and make a difference, make a change. I think we're taking away TOT from the hotels. And I think that if we do this sooner rather than later, it'll be easier for that. But also, 2 things. Unlike other taxes that this council is considering, this is not a regressive tax. This is not a tax that hurts the lowest income people the most. It's a tax that is brought on by people wanting to move here, or to take advantage of our Airbnbs. And also another thing that has happened over my lifetime, and what I've heard, is every time there's an Olympics, the Airbnbs just shoot up. And we have 2028 Olympics coming. It's going to be an all, you're not going to be able to drive to the event. So you're going to see people, I know in earlier Olympics, that there were, I don't think they called them rentals then, but people would leave their house and they would rent it out for $2,000, $3,000 a night because it was easier for people coming from other countries and from other parts of the country. So I really think that we should look at it. I think if we're thinking about maybe in the future doing it, it's going to be easier to do it now with the numbers that we have now. We also set a precedent, and we also manage expectations early on when we're talking about numbers that are only 52 unique rentals. And $75,000, even if that were just a break-even point, I think we're doing a disservice to hotels who are coming in because they are having to charge TOT. And when you compare a hotel to an Airbnb, you're not charging, and you're not charging a TOT on the Airbnb. I think that's, I don't think that makes sense. So I would be more in favor of moving, getting a little more information on this and reconsider putting this off until we have 100 or 200 Airbnbs, and then we have a much larger crowd, a larger business industry that we're going to try and change and regulate at that time. So that's my thought on that.
Yeah, one thing I would like to mention, there was a discussion earlier today about what we define as somebody that we can address a TOT tax to. I believe currently within our ordinance, I don't know if it's an ordinance, I think it's an ordinance. Currently within the ordinance, we do have broad enough language that captures this. Really, what this comes down to is whether or not we decide to pursue it. So technically, currently, under the written ordinance, we do have the ability to begin taxing. One thing I would say that if we, in my opinion, if we were to go down that route, and I hear your comments about what's coming down the future or if this does grow, my suggestion would be that since we have the ordinance in place to do that currently, that we would at least reach out to those that are here and say, hey, in 6 months, we're going to start doing this, or hey, in a year, we are going to do this, so that people would understand that this was coming versus just automatically turning it on. But I don't know if legal wants to speak to any of that, but I do, or just,
Sure, I can add to that. The code is 3.28.020, and it provides definitions, and this is our transient occupancy tax ordinance. And as currently written, it defines hotel to mean any structure or any portion of any structure which is occupied or intended or designed for occupancy by transients for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes, and includes any hotel, inn, tourist home or house, motel, studio hotel, bachelor hotel, lodging house, rooming house, so lodging house, rooming house, apartment house, dormitory, public or private club, mobile home or house trailer or other similar structure or portion thereof. And then occupancy, it goes on to explain that the TOT applies to transient occupancy, which are 30 days or less, renting. And the TOT by ordinance is set at 10%. And it appears that that was adopted in 1968, so. But, you know, the world has changed, and Airbnb and those type of websites, you know, obviously weren't around back then, but I think that I think the mayor's approach, if you decide to go down the road of collecting the TOT from individual property owners that are renting it out for short-term rentals, the thing to do would be to give people fair notice of when you're going to do that, because they may have houses booked out 6 months or a year where, you know, they didn't tell people that they were going to be subject to the TOT. So that's my input.
And so I think the mayor does agree with me that we go to allow and regulate short-term rentals?
I did not
We
say
just,
that.
we just transition into it, isn't that what you said?
Well, I was giving an option, that there was that option within this. Councilmember Lara?
So, just so I'm clear, we want to regulate this, or we don't want to regulate it?
Well, that's a discussion.
I think that's,
Okay, so, because we did get some complaints at the county. Part of it was because the process was not very clean. But the other end of that was, as Councilmember White mentioned, you get complaints regarding vehicles in the parking, loud parties, loud noises going to all hours of the night. So we need to have a way to regulate that. That's my concern, is especially with Coachella, brought a lot of complaints.
and I think that the last time this was brought up, I believe Chief Delise spoke on it, and Chief, I don't know if you have any further discussion on it, but we do still have the noise ordinance. I don't know about parking, but I know that the noise ordinance is one way in which we have some also wraparound protection, I think, with regards to that. But I don't know if there's anything specific with regards to excess vehicles or anything along those lines. Yeah, and I think that would be outside the HOA. If it wasn't an HOA, it could be an HOA issue there as well. But that was just something else.
Yeah, don't forget, we have the Epson Tour and the new Performing Arts Center over on Beaumont Avenue to attract more people.
And more hotels, right? Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. And I discussed this with Mr. Romo also, because I was concerned about if we didn't, what's protecting us with the ordinances of the noise and stuff like that. And we had discussed that the ordinance for the noises are covered. Parking's not necessarily. But, I don't have an issue going down this road. What I have an issue is, are we going to give staff another thing to do? And do we have the staff and what the tools they need? Or do we go down the consultant route? So if we're planning to go down this or to do further exploration, then I'd like to see that. And it's like, okay, here's what it would look like here. Here's what it would look like over here. And like I said earlier, as long as we're breaking even, I think it's worth it. I wouldn't want to go the other way, obviously, but if we're breaking even or close to above it, then it's worth it, like Mayor Pro Tem said, because, you're ready for it as it builds. So I think it's a good idea. I just don't want to burden our staff with more than they have if I'm not getting what I need out of it. So if we can show that we have a plan, this is what it would look like, or a consultant would be better for this for whatever reason, what do they cost, then I'm all for having those options to get a better idea of what it would look like. And now that we know the ordinance does kind of cover it, then it would be more of just noticing the public and then having a mechanism for tracking, which I don't know if that was a big thing in your report, is that that's an issue, but also for collection.
Okay.
And
So
just
I
to,
think we're all in agreement that we want to look at, explore this
Yeah. that
and
sounds
go a little
good.
bit further.
Yeah, we don't want to kill it.
we will definitely look at a consultant route, but I'll let you know, oftentimes with the consultants, they're looking at the numbers. How many are they looking at? Because they're going to be charging you based on that, or not you, but whoever the client is. So oftentimes, when you have 56, they probably wouldn't be interested. As that grows, then they might come in, but we're going to ask the question.
Yeah, I think, direction from us, just kind of in summation of what's going on, it essentially seems like we went two paths. What is going to be the cost for staff to do it, or what is going to be the cost for a consultant to do it? And then we can make a more informed decision after that.
But I think at a minimum, even if we decide not to go that route, we need to address the parking issue before that becomes something that we cannot deal with. So we need to give the police department the ability to enforce something along those lines.
Mayor, what we can do is during the budget workshop, we can bring forth the cost of staff time and a consultant as an enhancement. So then as part of the budget process, and if you guys decide to move forward in whichever direction, we can then include it in the budget.
Sure. I think we can. Sounds good. All right, very good. We will now move on to the last action item, J6, which is approval of the third amendment to the agreement with DePuja and Wells Consulting. It's to approve the third amendment to the agreement for professional services with DePuja and Wells, increasing it to a total not to exceed compensation amount by $75,000 for a grand total of $225,000. And Darren, are you doing this one as well? All right.
Mayor, if there are no public comments and no objections from the other council members, I'd like to make a motion.
Are there any public comments?
I have no written requests. Simone, do you have any callers on the line?
We have no callers at this time.
Okay, and council? Okay, I'll entertain a motion. All right, we have a motion. Do I have a
So I'll
second?
move to approve the recommended action that's too long to read tonight.
I'll second.
Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Councilmember Fenn?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara? I'm sorry, Mayor Voigt.
You're right in line with me today.
Go right back in a circle.
Wait, let me look. Is there
Is there a similarity? Yes.
Julio Martinez says yes. Number 2.
Okay, that'll take us to our legislative updates. I don't think we have any today. All right.
None
economic-
today, but we do have an economic development update.
Perfect. We will move on to economic development update.
We did not have an EDC meeting in February, so no action from the EDC, but wanted to let the council and community know that the efforts to work on the Economic Development Strategic Plan continue. Our consultants were in town again today. We had a steering committee meeting and then met with several one-on-one with business owners. So that continues to go well. I'm very pleased to let you know that our own Laura James, our Economic Development Manager, will be the incoming chairperson of the Pass Area Economic Development Alliance. She has been active in that group since she's joined the city and has been our point person and will be ascending to the leadership role there. So we're hoping to continue their good work and bring it to even higher levels for Beaumont and the Pass area. And I was also going to let you know that on April 9th, we will have a chamber mixer, sort of a joint Beaumont chamber mixer along with our Biz Hub open house, and we will do that at the Biz Hub open house at 3 p.m. on April 9th.
April 9th at 3 p.m.
April 9th, a Thursday. Thank you.
And then, as I've shared with you before, it's some of these big projects we're working on, it takes a long time before we can share names and things like that, but the momentum is very good right now. I shared with you last week that the site that 6 in Xenia was put into escrow, and it was, and we have now had a meeting, our staff, planning, public works, water, and everybody to meet with them to start to look at preliminary site plans for that. So we're very excited about that. And then also the very large 38-acre parcel adjacent to the 10 freeway that's owned by Loma Linda University, I think is very close to being put into escrow as well. So exciting opportunities coming on those sites.
Wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem?
A quick question. I don't remember any comments on Xenia and 6, so maybe I missed it. Can you fill us in on whatever it was that you were able to fill us in before?
Yeah, so it was put into escrow recently by an experienced commercial developer.
Okay.
It's the about 22-acre site there, and
Okay, she just reminded me, so I'm good.
yeah, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Planning Commission updates. I don't think we have anything. Nothing for the treasurer.
We do not.
And then City Clerk.
No report this evening.
All right. City Attorney.
I just want to, go back to the issue of the TOT. I spent a little bit of time looking at that today when we met before, to do the agenda review before the meeting. But obviously, if the council decides to go down the path of collecting the tax, I want to spend some more time and really kind of dig into it, pull up the old ordinances and then report back with a more detailed analysis.
Understood. Thank you. All right. And our city manager report.
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council. City of Calamasa has requested a Calamasa Beaumont 2x2 to discuss regional issues. Initially, when the city manager approached me about this, didn't know quite the reason for it, and we felt that we could continue to do our meetings through the mayor-city manager breakfast that we typically do once a month. However, the mayor then reached out to our mayor, indicated they believe a 2x2 would be helpful. So this is something our mayor can talk to you a little bit more about and see if that's where you'd like to go.
So I apologize, I missed which city?
Calamasa.
Calamasa.
Okay.
Yeah, so the city of Calamasa, previously there has been a relationship with the Pass area where the mayors and the city managers will collaborate. During that meeting, it was requested for a 2x2 with Calamasa, with 2 council members. They've subsequently assigned 2 people. I advised we would need to bring it back to have that discussion with us, since we normally do our appointments at the beginning of the actual calendar year. So the request came from their mayor for a 2x2 to discuss some regional projects, some Pass area issues, including public safety. My assumption is homelessness within there and some other things along those lines. And any regional projects that we may have that kind of butt up to one another and impact and influence one another. And so they have assigned their 2 members, and then they are requesting that we do that. So I advised them I would need to bring it forward to have further discussion about whether or not we had the appetite to assign 2 council members to meet with them. I don't know the meeting timeframes. I don't know the commitment with regards to that. My suggestion would probably be something like quarterly we would meet. But other than that, they really didn't provide any further information other than that. And so I said I would bring it back. Anybody have any thoughts? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think it's a great idea, and I'll tell you why. When I was first mayor, and I think, Mike, you experienced this, and you may have as well, Julio, that the city manager, it was originally called the supervisor's breakfast, and the supervisor would come, and the mayor and the city manager of each city would come, and the whole purpose of that was not to do business. The whole purpose was just to have breakfast, catch up on people's personal lives, make it just a social event. And the second time I was mayor, it started to turn into a negotiating, bringing up issues. The idea was to talk to the rest of the Pass and say, here's what's exciting happening in Beaumont, and have a nice breakfast. We did include the supervisor. I don't know if the supervisor is showing up now at this point.
No. Well, we haven't had one.
Oh, you haven't had a mayor's breakfast? No. Okay. So I think that my disappointment with the mayor's breakfast, actually it was the second time, was that it just became a it wasn't a fun event to go to. It wasn't something that you look forward to just having breakfast with the mayor and the supervisors. And I think if this were to replace that, and we could go back to having just a fun breakfast once a month to get together. If you call it the supervisor breakfast, he'll show up. But that's just my thought on that.
So what do you think on the actual 2x2 then?
No, I think you should do that.
So do
with
the
the
2x2.
condition that we leave all the business to the 2x2, and that the breakfast becomes just a social event and not a working event. If the rest of you agree, but I remember getting in, the first time around, it was fun, and look forward to it. The second time around, people started, accusing each other of doing things that, and it just turned into not fun to go to. And that may be a reason we don't get the kind of turnout that we used to get. So.
And Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, thank you. So my experience serving as mayor with those mayor breakfasts, we had Calamasa showing up, but it was turning into, we were losing Banning, as an example, where the mayor at the time had a work conflict. And so it was kind of a hybrid of a little bit of social, seeing how everybody's doing and so forth, and relationship building. But then we also had an opportunity to discuss what was going on, but it tended to lean towards city manager conversations, and the elected got to listen in on that, is kind of what it morphed into, and that was the experience that I had. I don't want to alienate Banning, and I would encourage that maybe be a 2x2x2 and ask Calamasa if we can include them, because there are times that Banning gets upset at us because we're not looking out for them too, or at least from their perspective that I've heard. And so I think if we can encourage it to be a pass area one, I think that would be fine. But at the same time would we have enough material to talk about, or is it just an update? And even if it is a social thing, those relationships would be strengthened, and that would help when we have issues to talk about that we need to bring to each of those councils. So I think it's a good idea, but I would like to extend it. If we join in, do we extend an invitation to Banning as well?
I agree with you on that, yeah.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. So I too remember the mayor's breakfasts were mayors and city managers, and to me they were productive because I was getting Calamasa and Banning both with sometimes a manager, but most of the time with everyone. But there were a lot of things that you can't discuss between electives when they're staff. It's very difficult because there's just, there's subordination issues and stuff that you want to talk to with electeds without the staff. And I'm sure it's the same way with staff. So sometimes the managers get together, because I believe the city managers do have meetings, and it's just, to talk business and details. So I think the idea of having electives on a 2x2 is a good idea. We have a heck of a lot of 2x2s. So when I saw it coming up, it's like, and not that I don't want to participate, it's just the fact that we've got a lot going. But I think this is important. What I wouldn't want to do is one with Banning and one with Calamasa, because that's just too much of a stretch. So if I kind of agree, if we can go with Beaumont, with Banning and Calamasa both, I think that would be more productive. And it could always be something that everyone decides. If Banning can't make it next time, then it does become a Beaumont Calamasa discussion for the next meeting. I don't know how that looks, but I think it's a good idea. I think it's worth a try. I want to be a team player, and we always talked about how things in the past, we want to do a regional approach. So I think that's consistent with our vision and our philosophy when it comes to that. So I would be willing to go with that step and develop a 2x2. Being mindful that in the very beginning we have kind of an objective goal vision of what this is supposed to look like, because I would like to build the relationship, also talk some business as well, but I don't want it to be all of just business, because I think we miss that opportunity to start building the relationships with the cities. So hopefully they would all agree with that, but I'm supportive.
I have a couple questions for you. They proposed a quarterly meeting, correct?
No, there's actually no meeting proposal. It's just the 2x2. And so my proposal was for a quarterly meeting with regards to it to discuss, anything, like I said, regional infrastructure, public safety, and any other issues that we may have.
And then another question I had for you, again, the second time around, one of the downsides to the mayor's breakfast was it was always held at the same city, same location, same place. And I think if you rotate that, you will get the other cities to participate. But it was always had to be in Calamasa, and I don't know, is that you haven't had one yet, but.
That's where mine was.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah.
place.
Cafe Royale.
And I proposed a number of times, let's hold it in Beaumont, we got places in Beaumont, we got places in Banning. And, there was a mayor there that just said, no, we're doing it in Calamasa, so.
It's the same mayor
Well, it
for all
sounds
of
like they're
us. Same
reaching.
mayor for all of us.
Sounds like they're reaching out, though. Okay, Councilmember Lara.
Thank you so much. No, I agree. Having a pass area 2x2 would be great. I just want to make sure that, because we have the transit 2x2x2, and then we have the animal 2x2x2, and so I'm not sure what
Yeah,
else we
that
would
was gonna
discuss,
be
but I'm
mine.
sure there's some other items. So as long as it's productive, but once it becomes non-productive, and I'll let Mayor, you be the judge of that. On the mayor's breakfast, I wish you lots of luck. One of the reasons they were held in Calamasa was because Calamasa has the only restaurant that opens at 7. So, at least that I'm aware of. That was one of
Cafe
the,
does now, I think.
Panera opens at 6.
there you go.
There you go. I don't know. We
So you
did,
can-
we proposed.
Good luck having one there.
Yeah.
It
is
The
difficult.
trouble we had was meshing schedules, so I wish you lots of luck with that, and I think I had 2 last year. So.
Well, let me be clear. We will continue to try and work on the mayor's breakfast / lunch, maybe dinner, and we'll continue to work towards that. But it does seem like there's an appetite for a 2x2. So I think we'll keep the mayor, city manager, lunch. Gus will continue to try and work towards that, and we'll include our partners in Banning as well. And then you have something else
Yeah,
before
I
we
wanted,
talk
I
about
was,
the 2x2.
Mike stole my thunder. I was going to bring the same thing. We have so many other these other committees, the truck routes, the animal control and so forth, that perhaps maybe we combine those, because I don't think that we have enough material to meet on a regular basis for those committees, but we can use that as a venue to, that if we need to discuss something first and then to take to them, that those 2 representatives can share that information, and we trim down the number of committees that we're on and make that one a little bit more productive, so we have something to discuss.
I'm not sure I understand where you're going, and let me ask you a question. Because I think the 2x2s that we have now are important, that they're a single topic. Are you suggesting that we mesh those single topics into a bigger one?
It was to pose the question, yes.
Yeah, I think that would be a mistake, because I think we take an hour or 2 hours just to talk about animal control, or to talk about recycled water, or any of the other issues that we discuss. And I think bringing that all up would be much more difficult to really make it everything worthwhile.
Okay.
That's my thought.
Let me comment on that, though, if I may.
No, go ahead.
Yeah,
The only
absolutely.
concern we have now is we have to be careful of crossing topics. Because if you're having a 2x2 that happens to start talking about animal control, and another 2x2 that's different members that are now talking about 2, we've got to be careful that we've got the ground.
But I think you set that as the ground rules.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
We just know that, whatever this is, it can't, have a list. We've got one for that and one for that. To me, I would prefer, I kind of like David's idea, if we just have a city 2x2 rather than all these different ones. But sometimes you get the council members in those committees that have, and that, so I can see that advantage too. So I'm open either way. I'm very flexible.
And council, just for information, if you are looking at a regional 2x2, as you were pointing out, Councilmember Fenn and Martinez, you're only going to have your 2 members. So you're right, you're not going to have others giving input. And there are times, as you said, maybe there's not a lot to talk about, but if you have quarterly meetings, that's the reason to do them quarterly, as opposed to having them every month. I can tell you that the mayor, city manager breakfasts, sir, you were correct, that at the end of the day, Banning doesn't show up. But sometimes it's because, you're so far away. If we had it at Banning, maybe they would. So if we do trade them off and have them at different locations, I think more people would show up.
But I think Banning also has a new city manager who might be open to showing up.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, that was one of the discussions that we had as well, that we thought maybe there's been, some uncertainty. So maybe that will help that things are getting solidified. Okay, so I will ask at this point then, does anybody want to volunteer?
I will.
I would.
Okay, very good. We have our 2 volunteers, so we will assign
Who
for.
are the 2 from, I should have asked you first. Who are
No,
the 2
too late.
from?
Too late, you're in.
Too late.
Mayor, could I just clarify, is this with a caveat that Banning participates or regardless of Banning participating?
So my suggestion was gonna be that we assign it the 2x2 with Calamasa with the request that they add a 2x2 with Banning. And then are you okay if Banning declines that we move forward with our 2x2 with Calamasa still?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But who are the Calamasa members?
I don't know.
yeah. It'll be a surprise. Or we can
No,
have
I'm not full of it.
a 2x2 to pick the 2x2 from the 2x2. Just,
We could all go into the
Voted by
arc.
2.
2x2. Okay, so we have for the Calamasa with hopes of Banning joining us, Councilmember White and Councilmember Fenn. Okay. Thank you for that robust discussion. All right, do we have any future agenda items?
I think we need another 2x2.
Feral cats, anyone? How about design choices? Would you guys like tile design choice committee, sign design committee? No? Okay,
Mayor,
all right.
Mayor,
I will
I've got just a quick request
Yes.
for agenda item. This is just more of a receive and file type report. As we continue through our truck routes and truck signage, if we can get an update from staff as to where we're at, what still needs to be done, and what it will look like when we're finished.
Yeah, I think maybe it would be a good idea to bring back a picture of the signs that are on the ground, since we've continued to get that question a little bit here and there. And that could be part of the update on whatever we have.
Okay,
That would be.
thank you.
Yeah. All right, and that will send us to council reports. I will go to Councilmember Laura.
there you go. All right. On February 19th, I attended the Employee Appreciation Luncheon. It was a fantastic event. Staff did a great job of with decor and running it. I think the theme was keeping us afloat. So I did think it was a little over the top to have the amount of rain that they had there as a part of the decoration, but it was a fun event. So a little cold, but it was good. February 26th, we had the Station 66 push-in of our new squad engine. That was awesome. Good to see. And then on March 2nd, WRCOG meeting was yesterday. One of the things I want to share with council is TUMF revenues are down for the first half of the fiscal year by about 20 million. Part of the issue was when they increased the fees last year, there was about an $18 million spike to avoid the increase by developers. So they are tracking that and they're looking at the trends, but that seems to be countywide. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And Councilmember Fenn?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I too attended the city employee appreciation lunch, and congratulations to all the 10-year anniversaries there. So surprised and proud to hear of so many city employees being here with the city for a long time, especially Carrie. She had the longest one of the event. And then on the 26th, I missed the fire station pushing because I was at the RTA board meeting and then had another meeting after that. But to pass on from Riverside Transit, they are still hiring community bus drivers. They have a lot of positions to fill, so I wanted to help share the word on that. So thank you, Mayor.
Yes, absolutely. Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. I do apologize to all employees for not making that appreciation lunch. I have done that in the past, but I was at a conference out of the area that day, so I apologize, but it's a well-deserved honor to all. I would also attend the push-in at the squad. It's always nice to be a part of that and get a tour of the latest and the fitting, and got to talk to the fire firemen there about the, how it was fitted and all that went into the, how it was designed and so forth. So that was good to hear. And RCA canceled their meeting yesterday due to a lack of agenda items. So, thank you, that is all.
All right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem?
I attended all those same events as well at the employee appreciation. Mike wanted to know where our 10-year plaques were. That's all I had.
That was Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, boy.
I was going to bring it up too, but he beat me to it. Well, I apologize for missing the employee appreciation dinner, but I was up sitting in and being present during the Cal Cities Directors Meeting in Berkeley. I am happy to say that it went the way we wanted it to go, so that is great news for our city, at least for a year or so, until it comes back around. But they did move forward with the recommendation to not, so if you remember, there were items 1 through 5, and then the last item, which is for our out-of-state tax that is coming in. So items 1 through 5, which would have pertained to in-state sales tax, was not approved. And they pushed forward item 6, which is out-of-state tax going directly to the cities and not into a county pool. So it will be equitable across the board for whatever cities it is going, the actual out-of-state item is going to. So great news on that, and a big shout out to the whole coalition that really showed up in full force. I think there were 20 people from, I think, 8 different cities or so. And thank you to our interim city manager for joining as well. We really appreciate all of that. On the 25th, I was able to make a quick little tour on the west side of the city, on the east side of the city, down at Four Seasons and also at Altus. I think we probably saw right around 200 people show up between the two locations for Coffee with the Mayor. So it was a lot of fun. Yes, I appreciate all of the staff that came out. And we really had a great time. It was an excellent turnout. They asked absolutely great questions and were really engaging. And I really appreciated all the time that went into that. Big shout out to Julie for creating the PowerPoint for us. And I really thought it was a great presentation. And then squad push-in, of course. And then yesterday, I had the opportunity to participate in Read Across America with our Sundance Elementary School. I saw some of our police officers there as well. So it was fun to read. They chose How to Catch a Leprechaun, which was a lot of fun. And so it was a fun little time. All right, and I will close it out.
Mayor, I have a quick question for you. When you gave me an update on what happened in Sacramento,
Yes.
you told me something I didn't know, and I don't know if the rest of the council knew, is that even if the legislature does take up one of those items, that it's an amendment.
Constitutional amendment.
Which has to be approved by the voters.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so even if they were to get it onto the ballot, it is a constitutional amendment. It would have to go to both the House and the Senate in order to put it on to the ballot. And they gave us an estimate that for every measure that goes on the ballot at a state level, it's somewhere between $10 and $15 million just to qualify the measure for the ballot. So they are stating that the signatures required and all of the bureaucracy to jump in is somewhere between it. So I do think that that's somewhat of a deterrent. It would be very expensive for Cal Cities to try and place that on the ballot.
Question for Mayor. So if it were to ever go that route, is it a 50% plus one, or is it a 2/3 majority, or like a higher percentage to pass something like that? Do you know?
I do believe it was a 2/3 majority for that one. And as a reminder too, there was excellent discussion from the board members. And one of the biggest highlighting portions of it was the fact that this opens up measure 1A, which is our sales tax measure. So it would open up that measure completely for a lot of modification, which could impact TOT, could impact a lot of different other things. And so that was really discussed over and over and over again about how this would be a huge modification. The way in which they're moving forward with the out-of-state does not require a constitutional amendment. So it is able to just be pushed through as a regular bill, whereas the other one would require a constitutional amendment to our sales tax measure.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I learned a lot during that, so I appreciate you guys letting me represent you guys. It's been invaluable for sure. And I had never been to Berkeley, so I got to visit Berkeley. All right. And with that, I will adjourn at 8:30. It was a little crazy.